Okay. Yo, FF. Congrats on first. You know what? I want to check something. Oh yeah, right. Phone is in the pocket. Forgot about that. Okay. This. Start connection. Rollers. Never. Button test. Calibration. Oh. Okay, that's how you're supposed to calibrate the thing. Function test. Joystick settings. Oh, 10%. Hmm. 4% seems fine. There you go. Hey, yo, Yanmei, thanks for the good luck. Okay, let me see here. Yo, thanks for the small stonks.
My daughter, niece! We must do something! Think, Cortex, think!
You know what? I could do this. Yo, Fred. Thanks for the good luck. Kaka. By the way, Crash is not actually, like, doing anything weird. I messed that up. That's very risky. I messed with some settings in the controller, or rather for the controller. Okay. No. My winning son, maybe. Yo, Atticus, what's up? No. Okay, we go back to this then. Okay. I did not know that you have never spoken in my chat before. This is the first time. First time sniffer. So awake at 10 a.m. ain't no way. There must be no Halo streams.
There they are. Let her go. Take me instead. Ah!
Cratchit just said, I thought you were streaming today. I should stream Halo, maybe someday. Bro, literally like a few minutes after I started streaming, he's like, I thought you were streaming today. So I just took a fucking screenshot. Do Sam skip testing? Nah. I got a record to get. Another one. Unfortunately doesn't work, rip. I was thinking about doing some testing, but... Strim. Okay, if I just run, it works, so... I'll do that from now on. Yo, Somu. I don't know what that emote is, but it's funny. Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. You overshoot it a lot? Damn, rip. Twitch did not want to let you see the stream on your feed. Epic. I thought it was really funny because you messaged me literally as soon as I started stream. And then I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna... I'm gonna take a screenshot because that would be the funniest thing I could do. That is very sad, though, that Sam Skip is not working. Or my idea for Sam Skip isn't gonna work. Land on the fucking thing, you cock. Let's play MCC, imagine. God, you were pushed out again. Yeah, it was kind of weird. So yesterday I had a realization. I might actually be a big deal in the Crash community. And I was like, wait, what? I was like, wait. What? Yo, Ali, thanks for the good luck. But it's like I run an obscure Crash game. But then again, I've been in the community for a fucking long-ass time. Since 2013. Hey! Best Crash player. Big deal. I wouldn't say I'm the best. In Twinsanity, yes. Like, I am... There is no doubt. Holy aura? I have no aura. Yo, thanks for the Prime sub. Congrats on the promotion. Almost forgot. I like how I make that look easy. Because that is absolutely not easy. That's hard as fuck. Go! Go! No. There we go. That should be fine. No. Get up there. Get up there. Let me in! Wait, did that have like a... Did that have like a message on it? Because all I see is just Fred subscribed. Or Prime subbed. Do I only speedrun this game? Oh. Okay, I just missed that. Can I take my meds? I think I did. Yeah, I should have. For now, Yes, this is the only game I speedrun, but I have ran multiple games. No, I just didn't see the message. I may be in slight food coma because of I ate a whole pizza. That was my breakfast. It was stuffed crust. All the tricks I do for the run. Yeah. They're not easy. Damn it, Cortex died. Damn it, Cortex died again. Is this what I'm gonna have to deal with again? Cortex antagonist looks extremely easy, lol. Okay. That single tap didn't work. I think Cortex needs to be more to the right. Kind of like this, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, this will be fun at the end of the run. Potential run killer right before the boss. Always fun, yet. Or right before the final boss. What if I just fucking put Crash here? Nah, he dies. Yeah, Crash needs to go, Crash needs to be more right. Let the intrusive thoughts out. Imagine. What? Bochi the cock. Yep. Can you let me jump? Thank you. No way. Oh, imagine if that's the fucking... Imagine if that's the fucking, like, easy strat. If this is the fucking easy strat, I'm... Just world record now, imagine. If I just do this backwards instead, imagine if it works. Okay, Cortex just popped out somehow? I want to work on... I want to have something that's, like, easier for me to pull off. No. It's too much. Uh-oh, I think I just found a visual cue that works. Hold up. Oh, come on, let me jump. There's no way. The worst part is that this would not work on any other setup. Damn it. Okay. I have kind of an idea. Okay. Hang on. World record now. He said, no! It works. Let me try one more time to confirm. The problem is nobody can see what my, nobody can see it. Except for me, because I'm using my CRT. My CRT doesn't have proper, like, horizontal bounds. It works! Yo. That's insane. Neat. Okay, well, that's gonna make this a hell of a lot fucking easier. Are my splits world record? Yes. I have every world record. I have the record in every category in Twinsanity. If we're counting individual levels, I think there's only 2 I don't have. And it's also because I haven't tried to go for them. Actually, no, I think it's only 1. All the Twinsanity Infinity Stones, imagine. Yeah, this 100% classic route isn't even a category. I do, however, still have the fastest time for it. Second fastest time was a 1:07:37. Yo, Doilermon, thanks for the good luck and the stronk. Uh-oh. I almost went off there. Fuck the penguin. I don't have Cortex. Let me go grab Cortex real quick. I'm dead. There we go. Now I have Cortex. Go away, Cortex. Anybody who has not seen Crash Twinsanity before, you're about to see one of the staple tricks in the game. Not this one. It's the one that comes after this. Called Uka Skip. Apparently people still have not seen Fast Bat, which is what I just did. Free trick, by the way. Okay. Go away, Cortex. Dude. Okay. Okay, this is Uka Skip. This is the trick that separates the boys from the men. I make that look easy. It ain't easy. Trust me, I make all the tricks in this game look easy. When even easy tricks are a little difficult. So this is basically a 1 pixel ledge. Yo, there's no way I just did that. Okay. The 1 pixel ledge doesn't look 1 pixel because the actual thing that you're working with is Crash's hitbox, not the hitbox of the ledge. It is kind of funny how Cortex just pops up out of nowhere. Yo, I made the... Ah. Crash his thick fucking head. Damn. Jumping did not make that better. Let's see if I get Mother Skip. Yeah. Are those real? Bochi the cock. Yes. My best friend sent this to me yesterday. Do I make the cycle? No. Fuck. It's perm, you're afraid? I have no fear. PM? What? Yo, thanks for the good luck. Fuck you, Crotchet. Delete that from my fucking presence. It's pronounced like peak. Peem? I don't know what peem means. Delighted you with that? Die. Okay. I overcorrected with that. Just a funnier way of saying peak. I see. I don't understand these child lingos. Okay, I shouldn't have issues with that anymore.
Ah, yes. The old alma mater.
Duh.
As a former student myself,
On
I'm
to.
well acquainted with the many secrets this institution holds.
Yeah, Tut and Ka, 3 profit hierarchs. Versus our butter. No better, blue butter.
smartest evil scientist in the world! Stuck in a pipe. How could things get any worse?
Okay, fine. I missed it. Where's Guh? Guh's not... I don't think Guh existed when I added the emotes. Good cycle. Shit. My ear itches like a motherfucker right now. Vortex, don't you fucking dare. There we go. Hang on, I need to scratch the inside of my ear. Okay. We're good. Mid-run or rhythm game, true. Okay, it is time for runs. Who's ready for some runs of game? Not you, tuh. Well, too bad, I guess. That was still 30.1 after missing the... Whatever boats you not like this, yep. Do you guys think that Bochi was actually just a self-insert? There's a possibility that she is. Okay. I'll accept it. This feels like one of those the first runs of the day, runs. Oh, okay. It is definitely one of those first runs of the day, runs. Crash did enter the cutscene trigger, it just didn't check. At no other point in the morning did a stink bug decide to shoot its stink until after I started doing runs. This is a very slow run. I may not have made it in. I did make it in. Get out of here, dude. Ew. I don't know if it's a common occurrence. I mean, I don't really clean my shit, but my shit's not, like, infested with anything. Come on, man. Please. There we go. I mean, I'm not saving a lot of time with this. There's a frickin' french fry at you. Oh, come on, man. This has extreme first run of the day ass energy.
Well, a power crystal.
I did the jump too early. Pocher. Yo, sir.
The crystal is mine.
You got your Switch too? Let's go.
Crystal crazy.
Dude. Come on. The pace of this run is kind of unacceptable. But I did get broer strats, so I'm not gonna, like, I'm gonna keep it, but it's still unacceptable. This is the worst start to a run I've had. I lost like 11 seconds. Actually, no, I lost like 14. Oh, I didn't skip it. Damn. Yo, Sasquatch. What's up is I'm choking on stink bug fumes. Ugh, that's all in my mouth. Gross. The worst part is that it wasn't even a thing until after I started streaming, and I have been up for like a couple of hours. About 3 hours. I just ate a damn pizza, too. I was happy. Come on. While streaming? Well, I was in the middle of a cutscene. Speak your mind, Slate. When's a record? Could be today, but this run sucks dick. What do you mean I missed? Oh my fuck. I can't do anything, and now half of my fucking chat is obscured, and I'm not gonna be able to fix it for a while. I'm guessing you're asking me, okay? What the hardest game that I have run? Honestly, I would probably say Twinsanity. That one doesn't fuck up, okay. When's the next time I'm gonna get a chance to, like, fix things? It's gonna be a while. I'm not gonna be able to properly read chat because half of my chat box is obscured. Like, horizontally, not vertically. So, like, I can read half of the chat messages. So, like, I see what's the hardest game to speed, and that's it. Or speedrun you. That is what I saw from your message. Thanks for the stonks. Yo, MGG. If I'm fast, I could do it during the boat. I mean, my mouse isn't that far away from the box to close the thing. Because what happened was I clicked on an emote by accident, trying to just click on the chat. Because I hit, something else. Today, everything just hates me. There you go. What do you mean? Oh, that's not a true best seg. That's not a true best seg, I don't think. Bochi the cock. Yes. Yo, Ashun. Yeah, the hardest speedrun I've done is Twinsanity for sure. What would be the best? It's not a best seg because I missed my split key for like 3 or 4 seconds. So that's a fake best seg. That's Dr. Mrs. Professor Teacher to you. It's a console game. Also, Slate, you never told me. You didn't tell me. Did it happen? Still waiting for the message? Damn. Just switch to pedal split? I wish I had the money to get a pedal. Get me up there, dude! Also, you wrote massage instead of message. This is a horrible hub, too. I would also go for a massage. Also, yo, non-library. I'm a very stiff individual. Even though I have learned how to relax a lot more than I used to. Yump. Missed the yump. If I try Crash Tag Team Racing, I don't really like Tag Team Racing that much. Not really nervous. I'm just always I'm a stiff person. Doesn't help that I'm chronically in pain, but you know. It dropped one of my jumps. I almost jumped too early there. Congrats on the 20. Appreciate it. Didn't expect me to switch categories that quickly. Yeah, but 24/17's like actually a good time. There's only one massive time loss in it, and one medium time loss. But it had the best antagony I've ever had, so, I mean... Don't you dare. There we go. Whoop. Crash, get on Cortex's head. Can't see. This is such a scuffed run, dude. If I did anything with no dimension skip, next it would be the sub 2410, and sub 2410 is not fucking happening. Not for a while. That's way too hard. Minus 23. It's not that great. I could be like minus 40 something. World record, by the way. Never mind. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me with that. First run of the day, and it sucked. I mean, I got Brower strats. $19.1, not bad. And it dropped my jump again. And that was somehow still a sub 30, okay. Neat. I got lucky, Ant-RG, and Ball Glitch. Ball Glitch, I have a slight, I have a strat for it now. Not saying that it does make it consistent, but it's more consistent now. But the Ant-RNG, that was the first time I've gotten perfect Ant-RNG in a run, I think. Ever. I'm glad we don't have to care about either of those things. And Antagony is all skill-based now. The game proxied me and tried to make me hit the cutscene. Yeah, and the worst part is that I couldn't get above the gate purely because the game said no. If I would have gotten on top of the gate, I would have had a 704. Which is almost the fastest antagony you can get. The fastest you could get's like I think it's like 659. I think 659 is like the fastest I could possibly get without Cortex. Which, funny enough, is still slower than, it's still slower than Hundo Cortex Antagony. Because my best Hundo Cortex Antagony is like a 702. One would be improved if I got a lucky Amberly loaded. It's not luck. But there's 12 seconds to save in that split. But that would also mean I would have to do really well in Antagony. And by the way, that is the best Antagony I've ever done. Oh, that Antagony had no mistakes. The only thing that happened was that the game decided I wasn't allowed to go over the gate. And that wasn't my fault. It's set up, still no games, imagine. It's fine, I have 2 masks. Benefits of this category is, or this route is that I don't death abuse, so I can take that extra hit. I'm not sure I'm gonna continue. I'm not sure if I'm gonna return to No Dimension Skip. I'm pretty satisfied with the outcome.
Oh, well. A power crystal.
Most of the mistakes, I'm not sure if I could classify them as my fault, per se.
Yes, the crystal is mine. Ah! Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
So, if I go back, which I probably won't, it would be for the sub 2410. And that would be one hell of a grind. That was really stupid. Isn't that tight? Almost sub 19. $29.7. That's fast. Actual speed. I'm going for the body slam. Also going for this. I don't think that the body slam is warranted. No, it's not. Okay. This is like a 312. It might be 310 actually. The 311 with that 2-second time loss, damn. Oh, come on, get in the hole. I'm glad that 1/3 of my runs make it into cavern. That's good. Oh, come on. It doesn't make sense to go for it. I'm not gonna save much time doing it. Just get rid of the mask and call it a day. Okay. My thumb couldn't stay still. I got a low 311, losing like 3 seconds. Okay. That's very slow. I lost a whole second. It was like 30.4. Yeah, I know, imagine speed in a speed run. I'll make it. Yep. There we go. This is like a 309, possible 308. Never mind. Have you tried going fast? Wow, this sucks. Okay. Just drop that input. $312, eh. We should normalize going slowly every speed run. Sometimes you just have to go slow in order to go fast, though. Every non-speedrunner blinks as if, like, I just said an oxymoron, and every, like, regular speedrunner's like, he's right. Yo, detective. Also, what the fuck was that? I should have gotten that. I lost time doing that death abuse. I'm just gonna accept that I can't get a good cavern. I'm just gonna accept it. No. Called Cavern Catastrophe for a reason, because every single run in Cavern is catastrophic. I was still basically a sub 30. The game really tried. Man, fuck it. We do the roll. Okay. No, we reset. Because the game sucks. Oh, my legs. Yes. Yes. This is 29.8. It's okay. I'm still waiting for the elusive 29.4. Crash, why the fuck were you aiming that way? Did anybody else see that? Anybody else see that Crash was, like, aiming all the way to the left for, like, a few frames? I did take my meds, but I am clearly not very well rested. That is incredible movement, okay. Oh shit, this is fast as fuck. What the fuck? Huh! Nice. I don't know how I grabbed the gem, but nice. Yeah, this is pretty fast as fuck, boy. Wow! You're kidding! Come on! That was stupid. Am I just pressing the A button too early? Or, like, is it my controller that's not accepting A inputs? What the fuck is going on? Eres tonto, tío. Creo que no era yo. Creo que lo culpable es el juego. Pretty sure it, like, dropped my jump there. Because, like, I'm clearly pressing the button. Real porco dio moment, yes. Porco dio. Porca madonna. I stronzi. Sono i stronzi. I don't think that works. No. I cazzi. La merda. I'm thinking of all the swears that I know. Maldizione. I don't know any other Italian swears. Maledizione. Yeah, in Spanish it's maldición. Dio cane. when you're learning Spanish and say maldición instead of joder. When you're learning Spanish and you say culpa de gilipollas instead of joder. Ah, joder. Culpa de gilipollas, tío. That was perfect ending movement. I still got like a sub 30 even though I lost like 0.4 in the first death abuse. I was not expecting to get that the cannon spin. Okay. Very slow though. Yikes. Nice. I think this is a 309. Oh, okay. What? That was the best seg? After that? That was a best seg? I was a little bit slower there than other times. That was really bad. That's also really bad. What the fuck? That was stupid. I hate it when the game does that. So in case anybody is curious as to why that happens, Crash's hitbox can get stuck in things. That was a very high 29 or a low 30. Couldn't tell. This is fast. Very fast, actually. I lost about 0.3 seconds. I'll make it. Yep. This is the same pace as the last one. Nah, it's a little slower. Only by a little bit, though. Okay. Almost hit that cutscene. Ooh. Another 308. Get in the hole. Okay. Whew. Hold up. Oh, come on! That was fast. Unsaid. My curves are weird. This is very fast. Yeah, this is quite fast. Okay. I mean, I'm still keeping it because I should have gotten it, but damn. 307? Ugh. And that's without the body slam too. That's without the TNT body slam. If I could learn how to do that body slam or that blonde skip without having to wait for the without having to wait for the other, without having to wait for the slower double jump. That would be very useful. Because it would save like 0.3 seconds and then make it a little more consistent. I don't know what time I got there. So I got a 307, and I could technically get like a 303, I think. You hate third world public transport? Understandable. Yo, Pinstripe. Which part of the third world? What part of Latam? Better than driving? Peru? I think you're the first Peruvian that I know. I've known 2 people. That have lived in Peru. Both of them Japanese, actually. The one had Hispanic heritage because of, Filipino and, Spanish heritage. But she was, Japanese. VTuber, by the way. The other one was just some random guy that was, like, teaching people Japanese and Spanish because I had some trouble with, like, a concept in Japanese. So I was, instead of looking up stuff in English, I decided to look it up in Spanish, and I learned some things. Because certain concepts don't transfer between English and Japanese that do in Spanish. Oh yeah, I'm trilingual, by the way. I speak Spanish and I also speak Japanese. In case you didn't know. Most people do, but you never know. There's a lot of Spanish speakers that come into my chat that don't know I speak Spanish, despite the fact that I speak Spanish like almost every stream. It's kind of funny. Es como de repente hablo en español y la gente dice, oh, ¿hablas español? Sí. ¿Cómo que no sabes? Es que literalmente cada stream estoy hablando en español. Una y otra vez. ¿Por qué carajo estoy...? Pues es que puedes hablar en inglés o español como quieras. A mí no importa, porque sé ambos. Es que no soy... Obviamente soy extranjero, así que no hablo español como nativo, pero bueno. No importa. Supongo, no sé. Todo el tiempo. Ah, sí. Claro. Sí, es que casi cada vez hablo en español. Mucha gente dice, hablas español. Tienes un buen español. Y a veces, una vez, algún tipo me dice, tienes un buen inglés. Y es que, joder, tío. Soy angloparlante, ¿eh? Me cago en la puta. Literalmente dijo, tienes un buen inglés. Digo español. Vale. Me cago en todo lo que... Tío, hostias. Hostia, chaval. Que flipa. Me cago en Dios, tío. Joder. Lo que me hace gracia es que mucha gente no... Pues es que mucha gente no sabe que no tengo familia hispanohablante. Soy el único en la familia que sabe español. Aparte de una prima que está viviendo creo que en Málaga. Pero creo que no cuenta. Tal vez cuente, no sé. Bro moment. Exactly. Momento fraterno. Literalmente, momento fraterno. Hermano momento. Irma un momento. Eita, da porra. And before Brazil mentioned. Vai, caralho. Ahí sí, güey. Imagina. No manches, carnal. Claro que tengo un buen español. Claro. No manches, güey. Victor isn't here yet. True. Very true. Claro que sí, flaco. Que te salgan los skips, por favor, exacto. Digo lo mismo, joder. Virgencita. Ay, virgencita. Que me salgan los skips, por favor. Porfa, tío. Y lo gracioso es que... Yo, Pete, what's up? Lo gracioso es que... Soy gringo. En los modismos de la TAM, soy gringo. Y es que sé algo que los gringos no saben. La tuya, por si acaso. Por ejemplo. Sé modismos que los gringos no deben saber. Just recorded your voiceover for the CTR localization video. You're done? Yo. Dude, let's go. Yeah, it's just always funny. Nobody expects that I know the things I know in Spanish, despite the fact that Los italianos, gringos, no. Los gringos normalmente son norteamericanos, o sea, estadounidenses, canadienses. Pinstripe es mexicanísimo. Ay, Dios. Dingodile en Crash Warp también. Crash Warped. Teletransportado. Crash Bandicoot. Teletransportado. Los italianos no, creo que son extranjeros. No sé cómo se considera en Latam, no sé. Porque no sé nada de los italianos. Solo los angloparlantes. Obviamente porque soy angloparlante. Y también soy estadounidense. Y casi toda la familia está de los Estados Unidos, así que... Pues ya sabéis. Mexicano fue genial. No manches, güey. Me cago en la puta, joder. Me cago en Dios, tío. Me cago en mi vida. Se pone guapo para ir de fiesta. En mi mente hay la imagen que... ¿Sabes qué? ¿Cómo se dice? La mujer lobo. De lobo. En el meme. Es que... No sé exactamente cómo se describe, pero... Es como... Hay un tío... Está en un coche. En una cita. Con una mujer. Que es... ¿Cómo se dice los lobos que son humanos? No recuerdo exactamente cómo se dice en español, pero... Es que esta imagen es... lo que... ¿Furros? No los furros, pero literalmente cuando la gente, que no es exactamente gente, ve a la luna y... Therians. No. No, werewolves. Werewolves. Pinche furros. No, I'm talking specifically about... I was thinking about, like, it was basically like... I mean, it's a... No, I saw that on YouTube. That thing. That's what I was thinking of. That's a hellhound? I don't fucking know the difference, dude. I don't look at that shit. I'm not a fucking furry. It's just that I remember seeing that on YouTube shorts of, like, the dude being like... He just does his hair. And then it's like, yeah, se pone guapo para ir de fiesta. That's what I was thinking of. And I just realized, if I'm speaking in Spanish, I can actually imagine things. Because I have aphantasia. But I just... Whoa! Hang on a second! Whoa, that was fast. That was a 29.5. And I'm talking about porn. Neat. Yo, Colty. You just missed the best conversation ever. I can go faster. I probably could, yeah. Dude, look how fast this is. What the fuck? Colty follows you? I mean, you're following the same people. Interesting time to join? Yes. I had a realization about myself. Corn RNG, let's go. Yo, Denshi. I do live in Ohio. Corn RNG is pretty high. I'm into furries? No, I'm not. Furries kind of disgust me. Damn it! Pinche furro mamado. Pinche furro mamado. How am I doing? We're still finding that out. Hot damn, you said, whoa. How is our mascot Cock? Cocka. Everybody type C-O-C-K-A to display it. Cocka. In all caps. No, just type it in all caps. That's how. I don't know why I did it that way. I don't think I made it in. Booba. There's also a nice cock. There we go. I think Sarah added that one. You don't have 7TV? Get Franker faces instead. 7TV sucks. FFZ has 7TV support. FFZ is the GOAT. I don't know why people keep getting 7TV, because 7TV just sucks. Just get FFZ and use it for the 7TV emotes. Because FFZ, at the very least, works. Channel points, understandable. You're not allowed having that much power. Okay, I fucked that up royally. No, but I just realized that when I speak in Spanish, I can, like, visualize things more easily. Which is weird, because, like, when I'm speaking in English, I can't, like... I can't, like, produce images in my head very easily, because I have aphantasia. But when I'm speaking in Spanish, it's much more easy. And I had no idea that... that was a thing. Yeah, I also kind of hate it. My brain makes up for it by, thinking in sounds. Okay, that sucks. I lost a second. Was a figure of speech? I knew people could do it, I just didn't realize it. But not in Spanish? Not as much. It seems. I can perceive movement. Like, spatial awareness still exists. I do still get images, it's just, weak. Or if I focus too hard on it, it turns into, like, a cartoonish. I lost 4 seconds, by the way. I'm just gonna keep going because fuck resetting. One of the things that happens to me is that usually, like, right when I'm about to fall asleep, I will get, auditory hallucinations. Not like, I wouldn't say exactly hallucinations, like daydream kind of stuff where I'll hear noises. I know that they're not real because it's like my brain just went from sleep to not sleep. I also have a stutter when I speak Spanish. I have a very slight stutter when I speak in Spanish. And it doesn't exist in English or Japanese. But yeah, like, if I'm about to fall asleep, I will hear stuff. Which really sucks. The part that sucks is that, if I'm having a conversation while it's happening, because fibromyalgia also can make you, like, fall asleep randomly. If I'm talking to somebody, sometimes if I'm going in and out of sleep, I have to kind of, like, play back stuff in my head to figure out, like, wait a second, hang on. Was that, like... It's like, wait a minute, did the person actually say that, or did I imagine that? If I'm falling asleep, that will happen to me, where I have to actually, like, kind of differentiate, okay, did I actually hear them say that or not? When you're falling asleep, yeah. It doesn't happen when I'm fully awake. Because it's not like schizophrenia. It is, I would say, it is the sound person equivalent of like having a picture in your head as you're falling asleep. Because the thing is you know it's not real. Your brain doesn't even say it's real. It just happens. From the day's events again. Sometimes, it's, for me, I usually hear voices, I guess you could say. And it's not like, oh no, there's voices in my head. It's usually like the thoughts that I'm having just end up actually sounding off because my brain is trying to fall asleep. Yeah. To people that don't get that, think that it's like, it sounds like fucking, schizophrenia. It's not really schizophrenia. Because the brain doesn't believe they're real. The brain knows. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It sounds like it's bad, but it's like your brain knows it's not real. It's just like if you're daydreaming or something, you know the daydreaming isn't real. You know what's happening isn't real. Or like when you're imagining something, you know it's not real. Just because you could see it clearly in your head doesn't make it real. But for somebody that has thoughts through sounds instead of like pictures, it's the exact same thing. You know, funny thing is, by the way, is that when I dream, my dreams are incredibly vivid. Like, the only time where I have, like, complete and total, like, visual memory is if I remember a dream. Well, I don't mean, like, visual memory as in, like, looking at something and recognizing it. I mean, like, actually being able to produce the images in your head. The only time I can truly do that is in dreams. But, like, I can remember details about houses in lucid dreams I've had. People's faces. So, I mean, if I focus too hard, they do become, like, complete, like, nightmare fuel faces, because your brain doesn't exactly, like, produce things perfectly, but still. I can basically remember faces, I can remember, rooms, I can remember room layouts. But that is only when I dream. Aphantasia's weird. When I was doing acting classes, the guy actually told us that we had to imagine a color and let the color kind of like take us on some kind of adventure or whatever. But since my brain can't easily produce the color, what my brain does instead is it imagines sounds associated with the color. Which, I mean, I can imagine colors just fine, but it is much easier for me to be able to imagine things through sound than it is through visuals. I started holding it way too much. Yeah, brains are weird. Pero cuando hablo en español, sí. Joder. Es que puedo imaginar las imágenes, joder. ¿Y cómo que no pude darme cuenta? Okay, that's fucking bizarre. That is really fucking bizarre. Switch to Spanish and then, like, my ability to, like, think in images becomes ridiculously clear. That's so weird. What in the fuck is wrong with my brain, dude? I mean, I have said that, like, learning other languages has, like, given me a lot of benefits in my life, but, like, that is one of the weirdest benefits I have ever received. You may have full-blown aphantasia. I don't have full-blown aphantasia. I can have images, but they're not very clear. Though most visuals that I can come up with in my head are actually like actions. You also have to remember, I'm pretty sure you became fluent in English before your brain was fully developed. I became fluent in, or fluent-ish in Spanish after I was a fully fledged adult. So do remember that, like, that may be a factor, but also at the same time, maybe not, because I did start learning Spanish when I was a kid. It was like 17 years ago. but I had no level of fluency until I was like 18, and I didn't have actual proper fluency until I was a full adult. A 311. As opposed to school material, yeah. And it's also like Pete said, where the guy's, the guy had a stutter in German, but not in English. Your mental state when you start learning a different language is very different. Because certain things, particularly trauma-related things, don't affect you as much when you're speaking in a different language. Like I said, I have a slight stutter when I speak in Spanish, and it is because I had a stutter, when I started learning Spanish, and I started becoming fluent before I started, like, gaining levels of fluency before I had, you know, conquered a lot of my issues. I started learning Japanese after I had at least somewhat conquered myself. So when I speak in Japanese, it doesn't occur. When I speak in Japanese, the issues that I have in Spanish don't occur. But also, when I'm speaking in English, I don't have the same problems, and the reason is because, like, I'm surrounded by English all the time, so all of the things I have to work on, all of the things that I've had to work on, like, affect me in English. Whereas in Spanish, some of the things I haven't really worked on. It's not like you're a different person, it's just that different neural pathways happen. So certain things don't matter, don't affect you, especially if they're, like, trauma or social related. Because when you learn a different language, you re-socialize. Most of the time you re-socialize in some capacity. Or at least that's my guess. It's fascinating because, like, you are the same person, but you're also kind of not, because you operate under different rules. Like, I am not as afraid to say certain things in Spanish that I would in English, and vice versa. I think I'm a little bit more charismatic in Spanish than I am in English. I make a lot more jokes when I'm speaking in Spanish versus English. I'd never say vosotros. I mean, of course I would say vosotros. But I wouldn't say it in English. I don't usually say y'all. I do occasionally, but it's very rare that I say y'all. I have been told as well I am a lot more rude in English, but I sound calmer. I'm not as calm when I speak in Spanish, supposedly. That might just be the way that the game sounds versus, like, or the way that the language sounds, though. Your anecdotal for how we turn into different people speaking different languages fluently. Yeah. Once you actually have language acquisition, it's different. Before that, it's not really different, I think. I mean, I'm more... When I speak in Japanese, I am a lot more, like, rule-following than I am in English or Spanish. But I can't say that I really have, like, a, I can't really say that I have, like, a proper, like, what's it called, like, I'm not, my behavior isn't that different compared to, like, English in Japanese, because, like, I'm not fluent in Japanese. I'm B1. I'm conversational. More extroverted in English? Yeah, who would have thunk? That was a 308. You tend to use a lot of swears. I'm about the same in Spanish as I am in English. It's just I'm more creative in English. It's also that I use more elegant words in English versus Spanish, but that's because I just don't have the vocabulary in Spanish to speak eloquently. Go, 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 go. You cock! I should have gotten that. Okay. I mean, you're not gonna have the same level of vocabulary in your second language, even if you've been speaking it for a long time. Unless you live in a country that speaks that language for like 20 or 30 years. But at that point, it's not because you know more words, it's because you lost about it. Talking about second languages? Aw shit, it's the boy Lakuki. Brasil campeão do mundo. Da porra. Thanks for the good luck, by the way. Yeah, we're talking about second languages. It's pretty normal for me.
The crystal is mine.
Comparing yourself to witty native speakers like me, which I have a particularly extensive category of vocabulary in English, but like my Spanish fucking sucks because I know maybe like 20,000 words versus like the 250, 300,000 words I know in English. And like the 2,000 or so I know in Japanese. You don't even know how many words you know? I don't know either. I'm just kind of talking out of my ass. Maybe Lakuki, today is the day you get the TAS tie. Maybe. Imagine. I believe. You don't think you're getting it for a while? I believe. Yeah, it's probably not happening for a while. The fact that it's even possible this year is kind of still blowing my fucking brain. Like, okay, I pressed the fucking button too early. Neat. Ding. Fuck. That's kind of slow, to be honest. Yo, flowers. I mean, at least I'm like minus 13, but like I still didn't get broer strats. Yo, MGG. What do you mean I missed a fucking gem? Okay. Translating it and recording it in my glorious Cortex voice. Sure. You can send that. Would you actually like me to, like, do the Cortex voice in Japanese? That's gonna be funny. Boom. That would be sick as fuck. Do the English translation of it? Oh. Yeah, that's fine. I could do that. Results may vary in the actual translation, though. Do the Japanese one and you could stitch it somewhere? It probably wouldn't sound right. You don't exactly do... Buenas mi dio, ¿cómo andas? You could skip this sequence? Yes. How am I? I am okay. Damn it. It is indeed morning in Mexico. You can skip a lot of things in this game. Helpless, my dude. Con los pies. Como ser humano. Crash Bandicoot.
Crash Bandicoot. Samada.
It sounds weird. なんか変よね、これ。ああ、その声はちょっと英語に対してちょっと変よね。Gotta wait a little bit. There we go. Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. That was a sequence of events. I would... Okay, drop my fucking jump, you asshole. That sounded like your door. Yo, I opened your door. That definitely did not come from my voice box. It was your door, dude. Trust. First try, nice. Yeah, so usually when that happens, the camera, like, does a 180, so I was expecting a 180, and then it didn't 180, and I'm like, okay, the fuck is going on? Nice. There we go.
Hey, hey, look at it go.
Why did I double jump? I usually single jump there. A little more forward in my movement because of that. I mean, it's not really that big of an issue. At most, I may have lost like 0.1. It's not a big deal. Hijo de la gran puta, me cago en la puta, joder. I went for Bikimon skip because I was tilted, and I got it. I mean, hey, it's like a 1-second time save. With all the time lost, that was still a best seg? Are you kidding? I missed the first gem. Wait, what am I doing? 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 Okay. I was about to go for any percent shit. Yeah. Boing. I missed that. Okay. Dude, I like... My brain trailed off and I was going for the cutscene skip. And then I realized the muscle memory that I was using, and then it's like, uh-oh. Boing. Okay, land back on that, I guess. I don't even check for that anymore, and that's scary as fuck. I'm mostly daring the game to kill me at that point. Boing. I'm going really fast. Hang on. Is this it? If I could just add one more slide jump, I could skip the... I could get this... If I could add one more slide jump, I could actually catch that cycle. But I don't know where I could put the slide jump. I almost made it. Call it the minus cycle. I'm guessing you sent me the transcript, Pete. Or not the transcript, but the thing. He sure did do the thing. Does it load in and start moving? It starts, that chunk loads in the first ice climb chunk. So like once you enter the cave itself, like not when you enter the cave, but the cave is inside. It's hard to describe because like there is a chunk load. Okay, I don't know how I did that, but I'm just gonna take it. I gotta concentrate for a second. So, like, it's close to the entrance of the big room with the water. Once you're in that chunk, it starts loading the next chunk. I had a bad angle, but that still worked, so... Okay, that should work. Game dropped one of my jumps. Yep, good. Nice! Damn. And I'm not even... That's just not even my fastest run. No, okay. No. Come on. Get on Cortex. Get on him. Get on him. Get the fuck on him. Run's dead. That sucks. Well, it was my fault. I was too close. Good luck. Thanks for the good luck. How could he miss that big ass platform head he has? I know. Crash is fucking stupid, dude. Woo. I missed the gem. Crash lost some fucking weight, dude. He lost some fucking weight. He couldn't grab the damn gem. You know, I think I actually am in a pretty good mood today. Surprisingly. I was a little grumpy earlier, but, no, I'm in a pretty good mood. Kind of happy seeing that, Pete's asking me to do stuff, too. Always appreciate doing voice acting stuff. My back. I did eat a full pizza. That was my breakfast. I bought some stuffed crust pizzas. That you could, some frozen stuffed crust pizzas. Triple meat. And I was like, I'm having that for breakfast. So I did that. Okay, Blue, but here's the thing, right? So I'm going to commit a war crime. Please don't tell the Italian government. So we have these pizzas where the crust is made out of French fries. And the sauce is cheese. And they put bacon. They're called Tombstone French fry pizzas. They are fucking amazing. No, the crust is that. You know what's her phone number? You will have to look for those. It's just Tombstone. You know, I could say something meme-worthy as Cortex. Let's go, dude. Bango kashite kure. Watakushi wa. Whoa. Watakushi wa neocortex. To care so much about pizza and how it's made and when you put it in. It sounds delicious. It is absolutely delicious. You're a Red Baron household? Red Baron's okay. You know what? I actually want to see. Let me look at this dialogue real quick. Let's see if I can read it. You could send some more context about it later on. BBQ chicken. I like, oops. Complain about shit like pineapple on pizza. I don't like pineapple on pizza. But it also depends on the sauce. The sauce has to do... Alright, Pete. The sauce has to be like... The sauce has to complement it. Prosciutto crudo. I do like prosciutto. Though, I never really had it before I went to my best friend's house. Because his family always has prosciutto. I mean, I was gonna get some different stuff, right? Because the thing is that his family's Brazilian. And then, actually, I went to his house after I came back from Japan. To stay at his house for a week to kind of, like, allow the, all the stuff I ate that day. No, that was a different day. That was with my other best friend. The one that lives close to me. Now, ironically, he had prosciutto, but I never had it before I came back from Japan. And then I was at, my other best friend's house. And, like, I mean, since his family's Brazilian, I got a couple of other things. They're just as guilty. Nah, come on. I mean, I dunk, like, everything in milk. That's my little American thing. Damn it. Just buttered noodles? That is what my mom makes me because the, okay. So I will tell you the reason why I have buttered spaghetti instead of sauce. The type of sauce my mom gets has a bunch of fucking corn shit in it, and it gives me the shits. So I shouldn't eat it. I don't hate tomato sauce or marinara. I do not like the stuff that my mom buys because it fucks up my stomach. And it makes me feel bad. Corn and tomato sauce? Well, of course, we have corn in everything. That's how we, like, we replace a lot of, sugar with corn-based products and corn proteins, like dextrose and maltodextrin. Yep. And I'm sure it's a little more prevalent in Ohio because all of the fucking, like, farms, we have, corn is everywhere in Ohio. Same thing with Nebraska. Subsidized by the government, so everyone has corn and everything. Yes. Yep. Exactly. And I have a corn intolerance. That is actually the reason why the corn intolerance is not, like, even recognized as a problem in the United States. Because if people knew how much the problems... If people knew how many people actually have corn intolerances, it would destroy that whole thing. Interesting. Parmigiano. For some reason, we pronounce it Parmesan. Supposedly, it's because we took it from the French and we over bastardized it from taking it from the French. Because we actually don't spell it that way. We spell it with ESAN. But we pronounce it Parmesan. Even though it's an S. It shouldn't even be pronounced that way. But we do. Parmesan? No, nobody says that. It's Parmesan. That's almost like when British people say, oregano. And it's like, no, it's oregano. Because, like, oregano. Like, we could talk about the difference between herb and herb all we fucking want. But oregano versus oregano? Oh, I should have activated the cutscene. I did not, because, the game loves me? Salami. Oregano is so ass. I know, right? Pepperoni. Mozzarella. Ella. Okay. I guess I just, like, added a Brazilian L there for some reason. Mozzarella. That L sound is hard for me to make because we don't have that particular L sound in English. We just have and O. Not And Spanish has the Español. Which apparently so does German. Liquids are weird, dude. So are Rhotics. Mozzarella. Pepperoncino. Joder. Joder, tío. Jamoncito, tío. Jamoncito de perillo. Y yo cabeza, tío. It's supposed to say it in Italian, not Spanish. Peperoncino. Yeah. Or J, depending on where you're from. That's true. Like caralho. Oh, which caralho in Spanish is carajo. So there was, this was a sound change that happened, where, when there was a split between, Portuguese and Spanish, they were doubling the letters because they were a double letter just like in Italian. But then eventually, for some reason, they palatalized. So, like, double N became a nya. Double L became a ya. Was always for some reason, Portuguese didn't really go that way for all of those things. Like, you'd still say ano instead of año. But for some reason, in Portuguese orthography, they decided to use the H for the ya. Whereas in Spanish, they decided to double letter everything except for the ñ, because how the ñ became a thing was it was literally like an N on top of an N, and they turned the N on top of the N as a squiggly line and turned it to a tilde. I'm also not really sure why Portuguese kept a lot of the like Latin pronunciations of vowels, since Portuguese has 8 vowel sounds. It still has the open and closed E and O. I think Castilian took a lot more influence from Arabic, so it kept the pentavocalic system. And, decided to have a much more rigid pronunciation system, whereas Portuguese, kept the more Latin-based stuff with certain, like, vowel reductions, which is why you would, you know, say, for example, mundo versus mundo. Doesn't have that much influence from Arabic, really? Interesting. That makes me wonder why Spanish had the pentavocalic system, but Portuguese retained the septivocalic system from Latin, and then also with the reduction of O to U and E to E. Okay. I think I made it in. I may not have. I did make it in. So yeah, weird fucking thing is that right before you hit things that you would usually proxy off of, if you just hold up on the right stick for a little bit, you don't bounce. Portuguese is septivocalic, yes. There are reduced E's, E, and, I think A, slightly. It may have changed, but there's some, like, O and O. Yeah. Spanish is pentavocalic, except in very specific dialects, where, in certain, like, rich families in Mexico City, they adopted an Yeah. That's just a convention. Yeah. It's really weird. Because Portuguese pronunciation is a lot more complicated than Spanish, because Spanish is pretty much just pronounced as written completely. Vowels don't really change that much, though they do combine. They have a strong and weak vowel system. Spanish just kept the simplified Latin structure. Interesting. Phonetic vowels are made up and shouldn't exist. L should never sound exactly. Which, fun fact, I didn't know this. I believe Portuguese is the only Latin-based language that uses the dark L sound, which is used in English. I literally just said "ul." However, in a lot of places it becomes "oh," which is also a sound change that happens in English. Like Brazil is actually Brasil. Latin went from 10 to 7. In Spanish, decided to keep only 5. Brasil. Brasil campeão do mundo. Portuguese is weird. And then say like the specific Rio dialect actually uses the h sound. So like the verb in Italian andare, in Spanish would be andar. And in Rio they would say andar. In São Paulo, I believe they say andar. I know a little bit of the Carioca, just because my best friend is a Carioca. Argentina campeón, carajo, joder. I almost hit those nitros. Don't worry about it. New door's going crazy today. When is Crash triplet sanity? Maybe. Oh shit, is that Jaquez? It's the Jaquez. Whatever the fuck people used to call you in the Crash community. My bug-eating buddy? Ugh. Dude. Ate bugs together? Ew. That's gross. Dude, what is up with, like... Nobody saw that. Nobody heard anything. Not recommended. That sounds disgusting, dude. But yeah, so for those... Okay, now I'm getting raided from Blord. Yo, welcome, raiders. Pero que mierda, tío, joder. Yo, Blord. Good luck on the hundo. Thanks. I hope your stream went well, dude. Yeah, so we have an old boy, Jacques. Otherwise known as Jack. The CH Gaming legend himself. Very old Crash runner. Yo, Elite. You're as old as Pete. I think you guys were in the community longer than me. Well, grab the gem! Grab the fucking gem! I have never missed that gem 3 times in a fucking row, dude. I have never fucking missed that gem. I mean, I don't think any of you guys have been in speedrunning as long as I have. Cuando coges la gema en España. En Argentina. Joder. Because, like, I've been in speedrunning since 2010, but, like, Crash community was, like, 2013. I started speedrunning in October of 2010. Late October of 2010, so I'm going on my 16th year. I did Sonic first, yeah. Sonic Adventure DX. I got my first record that's unked, unk cubed. Bro had to add the cubed. Yeah, I got my first record, I think, in a week. But I mean, to be totally fair, I developed a spin dashing technique nobody did when I was like 11, which was like 4 years earlier. And so I was basically just taking records left and right because I developed a new movement tech. And yes, that's how I entered speedrunning. Was like I developed a new movement tech, so I was just better than everybody else. And I got the game on the Xbox Live Arcade, and then I played it. I was close to getting record. So I'm like, okay, let's do this. So I did it. 11 years old, cheating. You know, the worst part is I found my first glitch as well when I was 11, and that was in Spyro A Hero's Tale. I found 3 things. I found an unreplicatable thing. I couldn't replicate it. In 2010, you were playing Mario Forever Flash. Oh, shit. Yo. Yeah, like, I found a swim in air I could never replicate. It's possible that I finally found out how to do it, but I haven't gotten it yet. With a recent finding. And then, because of that, I ended up finding a swim clip method by trying to replicate it. And then, around the same time, I found out how to do Zombie in Spyro 1, and I replicated it in Spyro Hero's Tale. Those were my first 3 glitches. I've been perusing glitch forums since I was like 5 or 6, maybe 7 years old. So, like, I mean, I had a lot of experience with glitches before, but not finding them. And I started watching speedruns when I was 10, because that... Actually, speedrun brained, yeah. Yeah, I've been on the internet since I was like 4. At the end of the level inside... Oh, you found a rap? You found a level rap? Interesting. And you know, so here's the funny thing I just found out. My cousin, one of my cousins, and his son also do fucking exploits. Not like finding like glitches or whatever, but I found out this shit's fucking genetic, dude. Not to mention I have a person who's most likely a cousin of mine on my dad's side of the family, not my mom's side, where these guys are from. Where, oh shit, Pinstripe, be careful, dude. Where this person is also like a massive, like, glitch hunter and TASer. Called Fusion Varia. We have the same last name, so like we're almost definitely related. Because our last name is not, it's kind of unique. So the thing is like, I have found out that glitches and speedrunning shit, this shit's fucking genetic. And I thought that I was like the only fucking person. I thought I was unique. No, my brand of autism is not fucking unique. My whole fucking family is like this. And could have done the exact same, like, fucking path as me. And I'm just like, dude, are you fucking serious? In Fusion Varia, when we worked on glitches, it was awesome. There was only one other person I remember that, like, gave me a very similar feeling when I was working on glitches with them, and that was Dust. And of course, well, everybody knows Dust passed away about a year ago. Though the only difference was that Dust and I would, like, fight. And we would yell at each other, call each other names. But I mean, I'm the only one that really went into speedrunning and was like world record, getting records and stuff. Rip to real run, yeah. It still makes me very angry, and I will, I mean, you know, I know it's all said and done, but it does make me very angry that there were a lot of people who did not respect him for a long time. And it took him passing away for people to actually respect him, and that makes me so angry. Because I remember, where is Nero? He is behind Bochi the Cock. I know it always happens. A pro set bet. Oh yeah, shit, welcome Raiders. Yeah, I'm doing Twinsanity. Which means I just have to collect every gem. I don't need to grab the crystals. The crystals are useless. They do nothing. You forget D word. I forget words all the time. See, look at this. Hang on. See? Nero's right there. You can see his hair. When are retro achievements? After I'm done with twins. I could do all crystals. Then they'd be worth a damn. Nah. Yeah, you can see Nero's hair. You can see his hair. He's there. He's just, he's behind Bochi the Cock. What is a word? A miserable little pile of secrets. These guys are fucking assholes. Don't you dare. Oh, you fucking cock. Oh. What the fuck? I forgot. I didn't realize that, my notifications were being covered until just now. Yo, Brando, thanks for the raid. Double raid, I guess. Hope your stream went well. Bochi the Cock covering the raid notification. Well, see, here's the thing, right? Bochi is scared of social interaction, therefore raids are very terrifying, so she has to cover them. And it's not totally because of my own negligence. There's lore. Yo, Brando, you did some trash too, D-Russ? Let's go. But she is a cock. Yes. And she's a very shy one. Awkward turtle. Therefore, shh, true. I hope things are well. I'm in a pretty good mood today for some reason. I mean, I did have a stuffed crust pizza today for breakfast. And that was a pretty damn good way to start my day, to be honest. I'm getting out of Jungle Bungle pretty often. I got a 307 earlier. Just the crust for breakfast? Nah, I ate the whole damn thing. Okay, this time I didn't miss the fucking gem. And also, yeah, welcome Raiders. We're doing Twinsanity. I'm sure you can figure out what that means. Cock. Yes. I'll do a double, slide jump. Ah, fuck. Okay, okay, alright. Are we getting fish, possibly? the game decided to be weird with its inputs. There's also no reason other than the fact that I find the word funny that I say it. I have the humor of a 12-year-old. In case anybody hasn't been able to figure that part out. Okay. Just drop that jump, why don't you? Ah, Sakeka-san. Hayo. Ah, 今は朝だね、日本に。こんばんは。グッドアックありがとう。あざっす。Look at how slow this shit is, dude. I split early, but whatever. That's 2 raids today. Already. Interesting. Bubbleking G. Yeah, I had, one from, I already forgot. Blord. Ah, that was almost first try. Oh, I got ceilinged, really? That sucks. That's like 10 seconds. Gets G-Pro stratted, yeah. Usually I get that how I speedrun this game, very carefully. Okay. If I miss this one more time, I am resetting, okay. Lots of practice. Well, actually, no, I don't even really practice that much. I just kind of, like, play. Actually, that's probably my secret, is that I never practice. I'm always stupidly hard, true. I never practice. I mean, I don't practice much. Yeah, I said, fuck it, we're doing Bikimon. I'm gonna lose, like, I think I'm gonna be minus 13. No, it's gonna be less than that. Never mind, it is minus 13. Oh, he does, yeah. But yeah, like, I basically never practice. My practice routine is, I will do certain things once, and that's it. So basically, like, I just pull off a lot of things, I guess, before I'm, like, actually derusted or warmed up. So I basically could just pull shit off whenever. Yeah, Ser has a lot more of a range of games than I do. That's new movement, by the way. That is also new movement. I think I finally have a visual cue for that. I was not going for visual cues to land on those crates. I was just doing it. I was doing it through instinct. Movement. True. Schmoving? Yo, that works? Okay. Neat. If I could just fit a slide jump here, I could make the cycle. Ooh. But yeah, the game is hard, but it's like, it's not like, okay, I should still make it. The game is difficult, but you can do most things just through trial and error. Can I, like, thank you. But of course, my approach to most games is just learning. Labbing. Okay. Come on. Get up there, dude. This is a very bad hub, too. A long jump there might actually be a good idea. Oh, this is really bad. I did not know that that was a possibility. I had a feeling that if I did that, Cortex died. Okay, so I can explain what happened there. Alright, so what happened was that, Cortex usually, when he teleports, if there's, like, nodes... Alright, sir. Have fun being gilipollas. So, Cortex usually teleports to, like, these little nodes. Which is why, like, usually when he teleports, he doesn't teleport directly to you. What happens is that he attaches to these nodes that you're close to, but if you are far enough away from the nodes, he teleports directly to you. So what happened there was that he was at a node, but I was so far away, he decided to teleport to me while I was over the edge, and he died. Now, has that ever happened to me before? No. That's the first time that's ever happened to me before, because I've never, like, thrown Cortex like that. This game is weird, but the thing is like, now I know, so now I know I can't go that fast if I die. Every stream you've watched, yep. That's never happened before thing, that's a free space on the speedrun bingo card. Especially if it's a marathon run, it is unequivocally, it has to be a free space. Because it will happen. That's just speedrunning in fucking general, dude. 19.1, not bad. You know what blows my mind? You could almost fully finish Super Mario Brothers by the time I finish the first split in Hundo. Yet I believe that Warpless is slower than Twinsanity any percent. Because any percent is 940, my PB is 942. The damn bomb rolled towards the fucking tongue. No head? No head. Yeah, I'm in a pretty good mood today. It might just be the excess energy. 18? I didn't know it was 18. I thought it was like 11. You are upset with Nintendo? Everybody's upset with Nintendo. The only good thing they did was put DK64 on Nintendo Switch online. And it passes the Vine test. Warpless is a grind. You've watched many runs of it. SMB1 Ace is slower. So I'm actually glad SMB1 Ace is slower. Because, like, we wouldn't have the coolest, like, a TAS tie in a full game, like a proper full game. So, like, call me a little crazy, but I actually really appreciate that. I still think that Ace should be a category. Is it a category? Yeah, it'd be a different category still, but, like, I still appreciate that the fastest category is gonna be that. No one wants to run it, understandable. So, that makes me wonder, are people gonna go for PAL for SMB1 after the TAS tie? I mean, I would think. Now, what I would like to see happen, and this is just a personal me thing, right? What I would like to see happen is I'd like to see Darbian come back and do SMB Deluxe. I always loved watching Darbian streams. Darbian's such a fucking, like, awesome dude. His Mario Land 2 runs, I loved watching those. They always brought me so much joy. Then again, Mario Land 2 is one of my favorite Mario games of all time. I don't think I've ever said this on stream. Mario Land 2 is my favorite 2D Mario game. I have never... Super Mario 3D World or bust? Nah, Mario Land 2? No. Doesn't even hold a fucking candle. Mario Land 2 is... Oof. Immaculate. What happened in the SMB1 space? See, the thing is, I hate to say this. And I mean, I still think it's stupid, but I'm also going to be the person to say, like, I will tell everybody why it happened in the first place. All of us speedrunners are fucking autistic. We don't know how to handle interpersonal... Most of us don't know how to handle interpersonal communication or, like, interpersonal relations. So, of course, when you have a bunch of autistic people in the same place and deciding rules and all this other stuff, shit's gonna happen. That doesn't excuse it. I think what happened was stupid. I've been in many moderation positions, all this other stuff. Over the 16 years I've been a speedrunner. Really stupid. I feel really bad. And of course, like I said before, the thing is that even if Niftsky was a bad person, because I don't know the guy. He still doesn't deserve it. What happened, nobody deserves that. So, I mean, like, I'm glad that there's some punishments. I think some of it's stupid, but I also understand that there's politics that have to be done as a result of certain things, but it's still stupid. Is this about Lorno? No. About Stiv getting canceled? Oh no, Stiv getting canceled? Like, I mean, he committed rape. Stivity Bobo committed rape, dude. Unless you mean, like, did that thing just unload? Yes, he committed rape. He gang raped his best friend's wife. That's what happened. He just had sex. Nope, it was rape. Because they got the woman inebriated to where she couldn't consent. And it clipped through the slide. No, the Stivity Bobo thing was justified. I apologize for anybody that got triggered by that, but, like, that's just literally what happened. You don't know who that is, but hell not. Yep. And you come back to this. No. So, the whole thing about Lorno, and the whole thing about Lorno was basically, like, I mean, without going into a bunch of detail, you can go in and check the CTR chat if you want. It mostly was just he caused a little bit of a stink. I got pissed at him and I was basically ranting and roasting him because I was kind of tired of seeing the bullshit, seeing too much of it. And then he got timed out for a week and he apologized. So he's still timed out for a week, but there were consequences to actions finally. And I'm glad that I could step in and, like, you know, help out. Because, like, I mean, it wasn't just Victor. And I mean, yeah, I'm pretty good friends with Victor. I've known him for, like, 10 years or something like that. He's been in the Crash community for a long time. But it's like, I look at that and it's like, when I hear everybody's tired, people mute CTR because of this bullshit. Somebody's upset because they merged the boards. So you go in and you attack people and then act like you didn't cause any issues. It's like... No, so I went in and I'm like, dude, this is fucking ridiculous. You're better than this. You're all better than this. We can do this. It's like... It's been going on for a month. It's the equivalent of a tantrum. Stop it. Stop it or you get timed out. It went on. You got timed out. Gave an apology. There we go. Now, whatever happens is basically purely on Lorno. If he wants to perpetuate it, then he's probably going to get banned from the server. If he doesn't want to perpetuate it and then be respectful, and it's fine. Because he has his opinions. Everybody's got the right to their own opinion. Personally, I don't give a fuck about whether the boards are merged or not. I have my opinion. I think they should be merged. But I am not a CTR runner. The only thing I saw was that there was some unnecessary drama. And being from the Sonic speedrunning community... Which, I mean, mind you, I've said this multiple times, that whole drama thing that happened in CTR was a daily occurrence in Sonic speedrunning. Which categories got merged? I think everything got merged. But it was, console got merged with emulator so they could allow DuckStation. And then VC also got merged, but VC runs at like 4%. 4% faster. Are making him for... Are making him push for moderation change. Yeah. It's one of those things where your brain goes, listen. I'ma be real. I'ma be real with everybody, okay? I don't think that there is a problem with discussing issues that happen in communities. Because the thing is the more we make discussions of these things taboo, the less people are heard. However, on the other side, I also believe that we need to be respectful about these things. Now, I will say my personal opinions. In some cases. Like, with CTR, I'll give my personal like, opinion on that, but whatever. SMB1, the exact same thing. I will give my personal opinion. I'll be respectful about it. I don't think people should not be demonized for things that they do. They should have consequences for their actions. 100%. However, we are not the judges of those. If there are issues, we should do something about it, because it's, even if we're not really a part of the community, we should at least let people know, like, hey, this is wrong. In SMB1, certain things happen that were absolutely wrong. However, on the other side, I've seen a lot of people attacking other moderators that were not actually involved or potentially swayed or didn't really take proper part in it. And there were some that did. But everybody's getting attacked. And that's also just as bad as the people causing issues towards Niftsky. And I always say, because I don't know Niftsky, he could have been in the wrong in some cases too. It could have been a reaction. I don't know. But the facts say that he wasn't treated correctly. But this is the thing where, like, yeah, attacking people is pointless. But we need to talk about these things, because if we don't talk about them, they explode. And if they explode, nobody can talk about it because everybody's angry. You can't discuss things if people are angry. And this is also a big reason why the whole thing in the CTR place happened in the first fucking place, was that it was taboo to talk about. So then some people felt they were being attacked, so they attacked somebody. Somebody felt attacked, so they were defending, which is part of it was Victor. All the moderators were basically like scared of talking about it because they didn't want the community to attack them, because they didn't want the community to disrespect them. Because once the moderators lose respect from the community, they no longer have power over the community and can't make decisions. All of these things happen because we need to understand that... Oh shit, it's Chap, yo. Shit, I just keep seeing old people. All the time, yo, what's good, Chap? Well, yeah, it's basically like that, where, like, I mean, no, I don't mind people talking about these situations. I think people should talk about it. If you have something that you think is worth mentioning about it, yes, you should talk about it. And I'm fine with it being brought up. I'm okay with talking about, you know, recent drama or whatever, as long as we stay respectful about it. And understand that we can't be uncivil about these things, because you could be just as bad by demonizing people as the people that are being hurt. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do anything about it. But it also means understand that just because you have an allegiance with somebody doesn't necessarily mean that you have an obligation to go and attack people that were on the opposite side, even if, you know, it's complicated. But yeah, just remember, you got the stream on Bluetooth using speech to text. Yo, I hope you're doing well, chap. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. But yeah, so like and I'm sorry, Lakuki, if like you know, because I know people are talking about this all the fucking time that you're in SMB1. Like, I know it's being talked about. I'm sure it's like basically beating a dead horse at this point. And I'm not asking you to like talk about it or anything, but I also do want to point out that you can talk about it here if you want to, and you will not be judged or anything. It's whatever. And if you don't, it's okay as well. But also at the same time, and this is for basically everybody else as well, just reminder to be mindful and respectful, but it is not taboo to talk about issues that happen, are happening, or have happened in speedrunning, at least in this chat. You gonna try joining the Halo Runs voice chat more? Yo, let's go. I might invite you to another server. I'll talk to somebody about it, so that way you don't have to go into Halo Runs, since we don't use Halo Runs as much anymore. Yeah, behind every username is a real human soul. Now, mind you, I know this because, like, the thing is, when I get angry, I could be very... Pissed you off, yeah. Triple pissed you off, but thankfully, things seem to be going well and are getting resolved. I heard that things were getting resolved. I'm happy about that. I read a couple of things. I'm not happy with some of the outcomes, but at the same time, it is a lot better than what I was initially fearing, which was that because like I've had some really bad times in the Sonic community where I was like mobbed for a lot of things. Murder becomes a habit, G Pro. Okay, Sloth. All right, Sloth. So like I look at when where really good runners are being like treated like shit, it makes me very mad. But knowing that things are okay, yeah, I'm happy, very happy, and I'm glad Nifsky has friends that are supporting him, because what happened to me, I had nobody. Everybody went against me because anybody that was on my side got just as ostracized as I did. It was awful, to say the least. Those are stories for another day, though. I mean, I did talk about it the other day, but stuff for another time. I'm happy that things are getting resolved. And that's how things should be. Also, hey Sloth, is today the day? Yeah, I've seen Helpless come in. Chap. Sloth is talking. Am I happy about Spyro? I don't know. You would have been my strongest soldier. Alright, Reinhard. I know what you're referencing. I can't remember which characters were involved in that conversation, but I know what you're referencing. Yeah, see, I don't know about how I feel about the new Spyro, because the thing is seeing Activision's name attached to it and Toys for Bob, which was fired from Activision when they were making Crash 5, I don't fucking know. No, my strong opinions have a lot less to do with that, because it's a cinematic trainer. Or it's a cinematic trailer. You don't know shit about what the fuck is going on in that game. Oh, wait. You didn't know Crash 5 was in development? Yeah, Crash 5 was in development. By Toys for Bob. Two things happened. One of them was, they escaped being a COD supporter studio. Okay, so what happened was they were trying to make Crash 5, and then Activision told them to make a MOBA. And they weren't happy about it. And some stuff happened, and Toys for Bob was basically like, I can't remember if they made Crash, the MOBA, but, Crash Rumble, but, during the Crash 5 development, Toys for Bob was basically, like, removed from Activision as far as I'm aware. So the fact that they're back with Activision is concerning, because, like, I was hoping that Microsoft was going to, like, buy the IP from Activision and then rehire somebody or do, like, whatever. So that way Crash and Spyro would have more, like, creative freedom. Unfortunately, that is not happening. So I am nervous. I'm very nervous about the new Spyro. Now, I'm not a big fan of Toys for Bob in general. But, at the same time, seeing a new Spyro, you'll never get PC Nitro Fueled? PC port for Crash Team Racing is gonna be suffice, I think. Or CNK. What if it were Toys for G Pro? That would be boring. Who is Bob and why is he getting toys? Your mom. I think you could figure out the toys part. Cog Monkey manages to make a good PC port with this hacky shit. Ugh. Game decided to fuck me in the ass. You think G Pro's pretty cool? Thank you. Do you know Sloth? You probably do. You know, the CE world record holder and soon to be Trilogy world record holder again. That one Skylanders again? Ugh. Skylanders pissed me off, dude. I liked Spyro. That's one of the main reasons why I don't like Toys for Bob, is because Skylanders. Which, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, Skylanders isn't, like, a bad game, but it's not the game that Spyro should have had his name on. But that was I'm fairly certain that that was an Activision ploy. I don't blame Toys for Bob for it, but still. Is it because you got interested in Halo runs? Understandable. The majority of the people that watch my streams are either Crash speedrunners or Halo speedrunners, or very old Sonic speedrunners. A couple Ratchet runners, like Flowers. There's a few Ratchet, like Blord. Well, Blord's Jack. I kind of put Ratchet and Jack together for some reason. There's a few Ratchet runners. Sloths? Wait, how do you know sloths? How do you know sloths? Like sloth? Yeah. But how do you know sloths? All he did was run Twinsanity and Rayman. Old when Halo speedrunning meant you were a high-impact Halo speedrunner. True. HSH. I mean, you and SG were the reason why I even was in the Halo community in the first place. I don't remember how that happened or how I met either of you, to be honest. If I were to guess, you guys looked at my 360 bio, or my XBLA bio, or my Xbox Live bio and saw that I liked glitches, and then, like, messaged me or something. That's the only thing I can think of. I do not remember, because it's been, like, 13 years. And yes, I have been in the Halo community for over 10 years, too. I was around before Halo runs. I was around during the Skype days. Before Discord existed. I don't remember. To do a speedrunner? Old, imagine. This is really slow. I don't miss Skype. By the time we started getting used to Skype, it already was like bought by Microsoft and had ads everywhere. You're way too new of a speedrunner. When HSH forum died and you started the Skype group before we started Halo runs, it's possible. Watching Halo runs for at least 7 years. I started watching Mr. Monopoly and Skirty back in 2006. I didn't even know what speedrunning was at the time. That's the funny part. Complete with all the fights in it? Yo. Where like half of us said slurs and shit. Yo, those were the days. You know the old days as well when fucking Ratchet 5 would say the N-word all the time? Like hard R. N-word. He kept changing the fucking topic to the hard R. Sorry if Ratchet 5 was like anybody's like favorite YouTuber. Yeah, he was an interesting character. I've been in the Spyro community since like 2012. Once it's just the boys, the slurs come out. Yes. People don't realize that, like, when you're with the boys, you will say unhinged shit, and that's everybody. That doesn't mean that you always say, you know, like, things, and usually it's not really to be harmful. Usually you're just trying to shock the boys. Is SG still disappeared? Yes. He came back for a little bit. But yes, everybody says, like, some unhinged shit. Not everybody says everything. Sloth never left. True. Uh-oh, guys. I'm kinda here. What did Pete send me? Megumi. もうコルテックスたら私の携帯の番号を教えろってしつこいんだからプンプンHe got super into Batman and pieced out. Used to say the N-word too because Edgy was cool. Well, yes. If you or your friends haven't said the N-word around the homies, you aren't real friends. Listen. I grew up in a predominantly culturally black town. That's all I really have to say. So, like, I mean, including, like, all of the, like, what's it called, all of my IRL friends that live around me or have lived around me also are black, so it's like, when you are around certain people, some things come out, and usually not to offend other people. That is the only thing that I'm gonna say. It matters a lot more in if you're actually intending to harm somebody by saying it. You were talking to someone about old Twitch drama? Remove horror. Oh man. You are the first person to ever bring that up other than myself. Like, I will say this, and I'm gonna say this because, like, of course, like, I study linguistics and everything. That's, like, my major focus. Surrounding the N-word is that the hard R is 100%. That is racist, and there is no, like, you cannot argue any of that. If you're saying it with the soft one, where it's more like an instead of an semantically, the meaning of that word has changed. However, it is still a crude word, and it should not be used in every single situation. It's generally used as a term of endearment, although some people also still use it with being racially charged. But the thing is, and I mean, I will explain, because, like, there are some people, non-native English speakers will not understand this, will not understand how native English speakers think about this, is because we understand the R, whether it's pronounced or not, we understand the R, pronounced or not, as the same sound. This, like, in our phonetics, it is considered an allophone. Whether I say wata or water, you still understand water. So that is the reason why people do not understand that there is a difference, despite the fact that there are some clear differences with it. And there's also other ideals surrounding it or whatever. But as a linguist, I can say that. Now, yes, there are some people that will not say it, and that's perfectly fine. There are words that I would refuse to say no matter what. And knowing how to filter certain things, depending on who you're around. I am not a person that likes to use words to offend others, or offensive words. I like shock value. So I say things in terms of shock value. But generally, slurs are not involved in that. That is just not really a part of who I am. You never wanted to say that? You don't have to, as well. But there is linguistic implications a lot of people don't understand about that. And then it leads to judgment before the judgment really should be applied. But also, at the same time, you should always know your audience. And know that if you are stepping on those boundaries, the thing is you should double down, but only double down not to be offensive, but to level with the people. Be respectful. That's what it boils down to, is just be respectful. If you're respectful about it, nobody's gonna judge you except for those dumbasses. Now, I say this as, like, I have been learning about certain slurs recently, which I never knew were actually slurs, which is weird. Can you say the word gun? I don't know what that means. I'm fairly ignorant when it comes to those things because I don't care about them. Yo, Joseph, thanks for the good luck. I know somebody is going to take what I said out of context, and they're going to be like, "Oh no, Jeepers says the N-word." Like, no, I don't. However, I have opinions on the semantics of certain things coming from a linguist perspective. Cuando dices la N palabra, joder, tío. Pero simplemente es un color. Joder. A good example of this act, by the way, going in the opposite direction, which is really fucking stupid, is the word gringo. Which is not a racial slur. It's not a slur at all. I've even been asked in Latam chats. Makes a semantic difference. Yes. But remember, Pete, we're experts in language. Most people are not. So, while we can make that distinction, most people can't. But yeah, the whole idea of gringo, I have had people from Latam ask me, G-Pro, why do Americans get upset when we call them gringos? And I'm just like, well, because Americans think in terms of race too much. And no, it's true. People from the US, we think so much about what makes us different and, like, including the color of our skin and stuff like that and where we come from, that if somebody calls you something based on those appearances, we automatically assume it is a slur or an offensive word. And that's kind of wrong. Because, like, there are Spanish speakers, American-born Spanish speakers, who do use it in a... But you will never say it, understandable. But it's like, it is used... It can be used in an offensive manner. However, it is not inherently offensive. You could basically call somebody anything and make it offensive if you really wanted to. But no, it's not that. Schnitzel. No, I mostly say, gringo just because I think it's funny. Because it's quite ironic that the gringo is saying, like, soy gringo. And then it's like, wait, but you speak Spanish. It's like, yeah. El gringo gallego. Soy gringo gallego. Es verdad. El gringo que ha adaptado el gallego. Así que soy gilipollas, tío, joder. Cheeseburger derogatory, yes. I hate doing the double jump there. So slow. That time it wasn't slow. Not sure how. Do we choose to be offended by something? Yes. Being offended by something is a choice. Being hurt by something is not a choice, but being offended is. You can still be hurt by words. The emotion isn't a choice, it's how you react to it. That is your choice. Ergo, you choose to be offended by something, but you don't choose to be hurt. I'm actually gonna say something which is rather interesting because, like, I think everybody knows I'm white. Like, I am about as European as you could possibly get. I'm Welsh and Danish. Welsh and Danish is like what constitutes the majority of my like ancestry, okay? I was in a voice call in the Halo speedrunning community. And I was annoying some guy because I was just, like, you know, trying to be a little cheeky bastard like I usually am. And he called me the hard R. In the voice chat where other people were there. And it kind of got me starting to realize, like, oh, so this is what it feels like. Holy fuck. This hurts. I didn't really get offended. I didn't exactly get offended. But I did feel hurt. It's like, why would you say that? And nobody was saying anything, and I'm like, well, now I know how that feels. Shit. That sucks. Being offended is taking it personally. Being hurt is a different thing. Because words can hurt you. Yes, they can. But it is always your choice whether you're gonna do something about it. I made a slur for Southern Italians? Of course they did. There's no way. Okay, whatever. There is a Japanese slur for Americans, but I'm not gonna say it because I never learned what it was. I heard it, but I forgot about it because, to be honest, I really don't care about slurs. If I want to know one, I am probably gonna ask it so I don't say it in the future, in the case I learn it. Because, you know, you could see something being used in a context and then use it incorrectly, and then you're the asshole. But that is actually the only reason why I generally learn them, is so I can avoid using them. I don't really care if other people say them. As long as you're not hurting anybody, I really don't give a shit. Not my job to... People from Dirt Dam. I should have died there. Wait, am I finally gonna be out of Jungle Bungle Jail? Jungle Jail? And being corrected by your coworkers? Sounds about right. Yes, it is way too early to be attached to the run. Chat is more educational than real school. See, the thing is I'm a silly guy. But I also kind of just like to talk about real shit. Because, like, where else are you going to talk about real shit? Wow! That hole-in-one was crazy. Oye, no, pocher, tío. A que aproveche. Ser. Dude, that hole-in-one was crazy. What the fuck? And I didn't get brower strats. It's never too early to start believing. Yes, it is. Because this run is pretty bad. I should have died, but oh well. That was the craziest hole-in-one I've ever seen. Ah, crap. Yep. That's why I said it's too early to believe. Because that kind of shit is gonna happen. That was a 308 though, which is crazy. What's my average? 310. Yeah. You should never get attached to a run. Because being attached to a run will, being attached can jinx the run, number one. And number two is that, like, this is an hour-long run where basically anything and everything can go wrong. Bochimigayo. Bochimigayo. Joder. Buenas, ¿cómo andas? Caldo de pollo es un té de gallina, joder. Es un hecho. Te creo. No me gusta, pero te creo. Oh, ¿cómo van esas runs? Me pasaron normales, creo. Unas buenas runs. Lo normal, creo. Until the big hurdles are passed. The appropriate time to start believing the run is after Spyro Skip. Once I'm in Spyro Skip, or once I'm past Spyro Skip, you can believe in the run. Because there is a very low chance that I'm going to lose the run to the final boss. At most, like a 0.1%, I think. Now, problems can happen. It's not like they can't, but it's rare for a problem to actually be run ending in the final boss, unless I'm like 5 seconds ahead. And the chances of me being only 5 seconds ahead into the final boss is very low. Like, extremely low. ¿Cuál es la parte más difícil de la run antagonist? Sí. El segundo es Uka Skip y Ride and Slide. Después de hice climb, pero antes de Sleep Slide. Cuando estás intentando pronunciar algo en otro idioma. Y no sabes cómo pronunciarlo. Por la parte del murciélago... el murciélago... me sale bien. No, es que lo peor... obviamente porque soy angloparlante, normalmente se pronuncia como Ice Climb, pero es difícil porque estoy, ¿cómo se dice? Implementando, usando los fonotácticos de español, así que es muy difícil adivinar cómo pronunciar algo en español. Depende, porque hice climb. Sería cómo se pronuncia si fuese de totalmente en español, pero obviamente lo correcto es Ice Climb. ¿Quién sabe? Es como escalada de hielo, sí. No te equivocaste. Ice Climb, my beloved. I do not love... Ice Climb is shit in this category. Because, like, while I do like Uka Skip, it is one of the hardest parts of the run. Is you basically do Uka Skip and then immediately do Ride and Slide, which are two fairly difficult tricks back to back. That's the big problem. Is that they're two tough tricks back to back, and it's one of the reasons why I don't like doing all levels. Is because, like, those two tricks just really destroy... they destroy my rhythm. Like, I usually get into the groove, I get into, like, a sort of rhythm when I'm doing runs. And usually when the times when I start making mistakes is when I lose my groove, when I'm off rhythm. And Ice Climb's end is one of those, because, like, you do Uka Skip and then you're basically, like, trying to, wait, I saved time. I'm on 307 pace. Classroom Chaos? Classroom Chaos is a pretty good level. Boiler's really nice for speedrunning, but a lot of people don't appreciate it because it's, like, really hard. Well, it's not... Don't flip. Damn it. Ah. Del Inter. Llegar al extremo a los hice. You actually really like Jungle Bungle, you are in the minority. Sí, es que hay dos trucos muy difíciles. De repente. Sin, ¿cómo se dice? Un momento de descansar. Is genuinely terrible. It's not that bad. It's scary, but it's not bad. A lot of people overestimate how difficult it is. Una gema que me cueste. Sí, hay algunos. Algunas gemas. Como por ejemplo. Me cago en la puta madre. Por ejemplo, en Sleep Slide. La gema verde. La gema... La gema morada. Morada. You never learned Hundo past. Hence why you've never seen the bat trick before. Understandable. Zonas de suelen arruinar las runs. ¿En qué contexto? Por ejemplo, Sleep Slide y... ¿cómo se dice? Rock Slide. Normalmente no. A mí no. La primera gema en Sleep Slide sí. Pero la amarilla no. Porque no es tan difícil. La gema clara sí. La gema clara sí. Porque es muy difícil. Porque hay un ciclo. Y es que tengo que adivinar exactamente en cuál momento estoy en el ciclo. Así que... y tengo que suponer la rapidez. O sea, ajustar la rapidez para coger la gema. But yeah, like, there's only two people that do fast bat. It's me and Kylie. Because Joe said it was too hard, which doesn't make sense, because I taught my best friend how to do it in 7 minutes, and he's not a speedrunner. What's my favorite strat? My favorite strat is the side-eye strat that you use to beat the evil twins with Mecha Bandicoot. That's my favorite strat because it's just so fucking silly. son los jefes. ¿En cuál contexto? ¿Decimos literal o qué? Que no tienen skip. También depende. ¿Por qué? Porque Madame Amberly tiene un skip que no ahorra tiempo. Y hay un otro en que puedes hacer cursor warp para que derrote el jefe final, para que salte Madame Amberly. As runners and waves. I have basically been the only consistent runner for years. Pretty much everybody else just like stopped playing. The last consistent runner was Joe, I think. No one is as insane as me. Fair. That is actually one of the reasons why I stick with the game. Because, to be honest, if nobody else is gonna do it, I'm not gonna let the game rot. That's actually one of the biggest reasons. Spike during the time we got Cursed Splash. This is true. There was a spike in activity when Hundo got fully rerouted, because we already had a reroute, but Hundo had a pretty big spike in activity once Cursed Splash was introduced into Hundo properly. Especially after we got engine skip. Once we got engine skip, the cursed route was actually, like, viable. Then we found out it saved a lot more time than that. Ok, para explicar. Hay unas flags, o sea, triggers en la progresión del juego, así, ¿verdad? Cuando está activada una flag, las flags antes de esta flag están activadas. Así que, por ejemplo, si entras en Cavern Catastrophe, el tercer nivel, sin hacer literalmente nada más, puedes entrar, o sea, reentrar Jungle Bungle. Rico. Pero varios juegos de Crash sí. Estos días se llama Kylie. Deletrea K-Y-L-I-E. Kylie. Is that not viable anymore? You can't really do engine skip in classic route. I'm not doing Hundo, I'm doing Hundo classic route, which means that I'm doing the route that everybody else used before we did Cursed Splash. In Cursed Splash, yes, you can skip engine. The reason why you can't do it in classic route is because you need Cursed Splash or Dimension Skip to get into a different hub. Because what you need the flag, which I was explaining this in Spanish. The progression flags of the game depend on the latest progression flag that you have. And in order to enter Hub 3, you need to either have Brio beaten, or you need to have Dingodile beaten, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if there's any flags in between there, but essentially, with Zombie, you can't finish High Seas. It's impossible to finish High Seas with Zombie, because you can't grab a checkpoint, and once you reach the boss, the game auto-kills you, which means you go back to the beginning of High Seas. And when you go back to the beginning of High Seas, you can't go to Hub 3 because you can't, there's no cutscene to allow you to go into Hub 3. You can only do those if you finish, if you beat Brio. Or you do Curse Splash. And you could say, why don't you do Dimension Skip instead? If you do Dimension Skip, you have to wait until after you enter Antagony in order to go do, in order to get into Hub 3. Or you have to beat the final boss, and the final boss's credits is like 4 minutes, or 4.5 on the European version. That is the whole reason why you don't do Zombie and bring Zombie into High Seas, because you can't get the progression flag to go further. You have to beat Brio. You can't beat Brio because you die instantly if you have Zombie, which brings you back to the last world checkpoint. The last world checkpoint is in is at the beginning of High Seas, outside of the ship, which means you have to go and do High Seas again, or you lose your mask, or you lose Zombie by grabbing a mask. But at that point, you lose the entire reason you would use Zombie for in the first place. So you would have to go back to Hub 1 to get Zombie and Totem. Es caer al vacío mientras se activa una cinemática. Sí, pero normalmente Crash está bloqueado, así que no puede moverse. En las, como se dice, rendiciones del modo zombie, hay que usar Cortex para desbloquear Crash, para moverse. Hay 5 rendiciones de modo zombie que podemos hacer, pero estamos en softlock. Lanzarlo no es así. No hay que lanzarle. Puede teletransportar en el trigger. I'm gonna lose time. Cortex is also fucking, like, getting stuck. Pero, por ejemplo, la escena en Iceberg Club Si caes en el agua, estás en modo zombie, pero... Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. Sí, pero en este caso se puede lanzar Cortex y también puede teletransportar en la escena. No es que haya que usar Cortex, pero las escenas con Cortex hay unas funciones, o sea, unas programaciones en que Crash no está completamente inmóvil. Es algo de la escena. Ay, ay, ay. Nah. 1, 2, 3, jump. Bing. 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 Thanks for the good luck, Abdo. Pues aquí no hay que lanzar Cortex a la escena. Solo es la escena de sí mismo en que puedes moverse. Pero lo más rápido es tirar o lanzar Cortex en la escena. I think I'm fine. I might not be. I don't think I'm going too fast. Okay, I'm not. Good. Ser. Zooming. Going at a mild pace, I would say. Yeah, that's fine. I forgot to spin. Crash Twin Sonic mod, imagine. Sí, sí caes. No. There we go. I'm fucking up everywhere, dude. Gonna do Beakymon skip again. O coger una mascarilla. O entrar en un boss. Mierda. ¿Sí? Yeah, definitely not zooming. mean, at least it's a sub 13, but shit. I should be like 13 seconds ahead. Yeah. 13 seconds ahead or something like that. You? He knows. What does he know? What in the fuck? You're so fed up with stick drift? You should get, PXMP5. Buenas. Yo. Fuck me. I overjumped it. Complicado esquivarlo ese salto y duro. Sí, pero es que no hay que hacerlo. I hate the PS5 controller. I would honestly invest in getting a PXMP5 if they ship to the UK. Like, I will sing this fucking controller's praises. And I'm not talking about the 8K version, by the way. I'm talking about the standard version. Because it's not just that it's not just Hall effect. It is a very accurate controller. And it's pretty durable. But they don't last very long. Yeah. I got one because I wanted to test it out, and it sucked balls. How the game just handles the speedrun like a player. What the fuck was that, dude? That was crazy. What the fuck? And it fucking, like... I still got a sub 30, but, like, it did not let me jump. That was crazy fast. This handles the speedrun like the player's just too good to be interrupted, imagine. I am in a constant battle with the game. Playing this game is basically like being in a never-ending street fight. The only way to essentially and the only way to basically be uninterrupted in this game is just to basically beat Crash into submission. No, the Dreamcast controller is one of the most durable controllers out there. And PS1. PS1 controllers are super durable. Modern controllers are built like shit. GameCube is okay, but it still has its issues. But seriously, like, Dreamcast controllers and PS1 controllers are, like, hyper durable because they used very good and durable materials for them. Past that era, they started using cheaper materials. Like, a lot cheaper materials. 360... It's not that great, to be honest. Like, every time I've gone back to using a 360 controller, it sucked balls. Mind you, I am not talking about the form factor. The form factor for the 360 is amazing, but the internals suck. A lot. When I talk about controllers, I don't talk about, like, what they look like. I'm talking about how the, like, buttons handle, how the stick handles. It's not, like, just the feeling of them. I'm talking about, like, how they interface with the technology and all that stuff. And the Dreamcast controller is very good, and it's also durable. It lasts a very long time. Same thing with the DualShock 1. PS2 controllers do not last long at all. They're made like absolute fucking garbage. They're literal paperweights. No. No, el 360 no es lo más rápido. No lo uso. Uso lo original. ¿Se podría hacer subhora? No. Ahora mismo no. Buenos pantalones, ¿cómo andas? Like, a lot of people tend to, over-qualify a controller based on just how it is. Las pantallas de carga... No. No son iguales. Cada una es diferente, depende de lo que hay que cargar. A lot of fighting games, do you really like the 360 D-pad? Are you insane? Dude, let me jump. Stick for the 360 is kind of bad. The reason is simple. And I'm not saying this like saying whatever, but it's bad because there's like no it's bad because there's no like there's no accuracy on the 360 controller. You can't be very accurate with it. There's a lot of emphasis on cardinal directions and less emphasis on the ones between them, but I mean, to be fair, the 360 controller was built mostly for FPS games. Same thing with the Xbox One controller. A lot of controller sticks are made with FPS games in mind. They're not made specifically for precision platforming, which means that, like, sticks are not regular in most cases. They're usually very highly irregular. Which can be nice for FPS games, but they're very bad for platformers. And also because of that, there tends to not be, like, as much emphasis on the face buttons, because they've shifted more towards FPS games. You could see this in a lot of, like, third-party modern controllers, too, is that they are built specifically for FPS games, and if you look at most reviews, most of those people are either going to talk about playing on Rocket League or an FPS game. And a lot of those do not matter for platformers. The PXMP5, no, it's not that great for FPS games, but it is very good for precision platforming. Like, if you want a stick that is extremely consistent, you get the PXMP5. It's the only controller I've seen that actually caters towards precision platforming. It's one of the reasons why I'm so good at Twinsanity right now, because I have so many angles I can work with, and they're not inconsistent angles. They're consistent angles. Sí, tengo... Tengo pues... No récords mundiales, pero récords en Crash 2. Hace una década. What's the controller called again? Bochi the Cock, yes. PXN P5. Come on, get in the hole. Why have I been speedrunning Crash Twinsanity? Since 2015? But I wasn't really running the game super consistently until 2022. So most of what I'm doing right now is an amalgamation of like 4 years. Plus like 2 years from prior experience. The one that looks like a 360 controller, yes, but don't get the 8K version. Get the standard version. That's the one that isn't purple. Pues sí. Hacía el zigzag. Es que soy uno de un par de runners en que, ¿cómo se dice? Derrotando, en que estábamos desarrollando el zigzag NSS. No, me costaba unos $30. You're looking at the one that's green and black. Yep, that's the one. That's the one I'm using right now. Just don't drop it. I don't know how fragile the thing is, but it is very good. I swear by it for platforming as long as you're not using D-pad. Ah, me costaba. Ok. No. Buenas, ¿cómo andas? Creo que me costaba... Lo que me costaba... Esperadme. Lo que me cuesta... mucho era como... desarrollar strats. El crashito, sí. El crashito. No, es que... sí, sé la frase, pero es que al mismo tiempo había una conversación de... ¿cuánto cuesta un mando? Así que no pude saber exactamente... No pude entender nada. Sí. Viendo la run. Vale. Ah, sí. Oh, el zigzag. Sí, ok. Vale, pues hay un técnico en que puedes usar el brazo. El brazo y el hombro para hacer zigzags. La mayoría de la gente usa los dedos. Y no debes hacerlo.
Porque es muy difícil y te duele tanto, 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 tanto. Así que si usas el brazo y el hombro y la muñeca, no al mismo tiempo, es que puedes cambiarlo. Depende del zigzag, porque normalmente cuando hacía el rank de Crash 2, implementaba lo de la muñeca, lo del brazo y lo del hombro, y cambiaba entre los tres técnicos. Para que no me duela muchísimo. O sea, no me doliera muchísimo. Para ti es muy smooth verme jugar. Pues es que puedo leer y mientras jugando. Más incómodo. Menos, sí. Pues es algo casi igual que tocar la guitarra. Son los mismos técnicos. Había desarrollado por un guitarrista. Se llama Dust. Ahora mismo, pues, descansa en paz porque está fallecido, pero solo había dos runners que implementaban estos técnicos. Yo soy uno y el otro era Dust. Uf. Sí, pero bueno, hace un año. Era un buen amigo. Pues a mí no me importa, es que puedo hablar mientras jugando, puedo leer mientras jugando. Es que hace... ¿cuántos años? Hacer streams. Hace 30 años. 30. 30 años. No, claro que no. 13 años, joder. Me cago en la puta, tío. Por cierto, lo que me dolía más. Vale, gracias por la suerte. Pero lo que me dolía más era agarrando el mando en vez de los zigzags. No sé por qué. But yeah, if you get that controller, the PXMP5, absolutely I recommend everybody have that controller. Very, very good controller. It's also very inexpensive. And I mean very inexpensive. Yeah, for the OG Xbox, I use Wingman XP2 with a PXMP5. I always complain about the Wingman, though, because it loves to disconnect. Also, my advice, do not use the PXMP5 wireless. I have not heard good things about the wireless. But I always play my games wired. I don't like using wireless. I think wireless is kind of a waste of technology. Pero sin Wampa. Pues reconozco al nombre, pero no sé exactamente quién es este. Porque soy angloparlante. La mayoría de los youtubers que veo son angloparlantes. Porque soy angloparlante. Param, pam, param, param, pam. Another 309. Oh, I almost got in the hole. There we go. Yeah, there we go. One, two. Oh yeah, Flowers, how's your Spanish learning going? Come on, man. Give me fucking Brower strats, dude. I want Brower strats. Well. Dude, come on. Don't you dare miss it. There we go. I'm chilling. There we go. I'm on pretty good pace. What the hell is my average now? My average is now fuck off. Dude! No. That was bullshit. I lost like 5 seconds just because the game said fuck you.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool! Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy!
Always felt very Gmod. Interesting. Okay, that was really fast somehow. And saved some of that time back, but I lost like 5 seconds. Holy shit, I've been streaming for 5 hours, I didn't even realize. What? Why was I all the way back there? I didn't really lose that much time though because of the slide jumps I was doing, but... I should be much further ahead than this, but, I mean, it's fine. I might take this controller apart and then, swap the button pad around. Because I think the A button is starting to wear. I think so, I'm not sure. But that would make sense as to why sometimes I'm just not getting my A pressed out. Oh yeah, that's right, the new ReZero comes out today. Uh-oh. Nice. Yo, I'm gonna be locked in watching ReZero. No spoilers, by the way. There we go. Now see, this is decent pace. After that, it was working as normal. Oh, the issue isn't the dead zone, it's just, the, base buttons are getting a little, the face buttons are, or the A button seems to be having a little bit of an issue. Yo, that dude got fucked! Row your boat, tick-a-tick-a-tick-a-tick. I fucking drifted. That was like 10 seconds because like I jumped while I was turning. I missed another one. Yep, resetting. Yep. You met your online after knowing each other for 8 years? Nice. You know what? Here's the thing. I'm checking anime. If I see ReZero, I'm gonna end stream soon. Seven more attempts. ReZero is absolutely out. Episode 10, I'm pretty excited. Oh yeah, how'd that go? Meeting with the online friend IRL. Never watched ReZero? You should, it's pretty good. So, it's either, I'll stop at 1850, or, next time I reach Cavern. Talk. I'm going to murder every stink bug in this fucking vicinity. I'm gonna commit genocide against these fucking bugs, dude. They will not know fear. Dude, that's cool. That was bad. Maybe this, you know what, this will be the last attempt. This is the 100th attempt of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, this is the 100th attempt. I'll be more lenient on this run. Except for that. Okay, yep. Runs are done. I wish to... You're gonna... I'm going home tomorrow, then start Twinsanity rusting for fin runs? Let's go, dude. Hang on, I will... Okay, there we go. Let's see if there's anybody to raid. Maybe Lakuki is streaming, I'd raid him. I'd raid the boy, but he's not currently alive. Alive, I mean live. Buenas, gracias por la sub. Estoy al punto de terminar mi stream. You know what? No, we're raiding French guy. We're gonna raid French guy, and everybody needs to post baguettes. So, just... Here's what you do. You post... Just post baguette. Hang on.
Alright, everybody just post baguettes. That's what we do.